There's right. Yeah. Okay, so we figured out that it is the 112 that I need. I would say I'm printing here the correct formula. This should be xt, and this is yt. It looks big, but for example, the square roots and the sum are the same everywhere. So if you place that, then there's already almost nothing left. It is maybe not easy to see though. Let's say I'm 99.999% sure. And I'm wondering, shall I verify this manually or programmatically? I think I'm going to do it manually. So I'm saying this is the same. Okay, minus 1 minus 2x beta plus 2x comma y comma plus the square root. And the square root is minus 2 x beta plus 2x comma squared y comma squared minus 4y comma times minus 1 y beta plus y comma times minus 1x comma plus 1x comma squared plus 1x beta y comma divided by y beta minus 1 times x beta squared times y comma divided by y beta. Exactly the same. And now we have more square roots. Here it is again. To check that again against one of them. Minus 1 minus 2x beta plus 2x comma times y comma plus the square root of minus 2 x beta plus 2x comma squared y comma squared minus y comma times minus 1 times y beta plus y comma times minus 1 x comma plus 1 times x comma squared plus 1 times x beta y comma divided by y beta minus 1 times x beta squared y comma divided by y beta. Also exactly the same as that one. And here we have another one. And that is again the same, I bet. Minus 1 minus 2x beta plus 2x comma times y comma plus the square root of minus 2 x beta plus 2x comma squared y comma squared minus 4 y comma times y times and just visually is easier. Why pronounce it? That's the same thing as well. And while I'm at it visually, these two are the same as well, right? It's the same, 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 same. Plus y comma times all the same, 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 same. And here, that is the same, and 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 everything is the same. Whew. And then I have even more here, with again 4 of them. No. Minus 1 minus 2 x better to gamma plus minus square 1 is minus y beta y comma x comma squared plus yep, that's the same. And this one's the same as that one, I guess. The same, the same, the same, the square root of yep. Oops, and on this side, these are again the same thing. Yep, and this is the same as that, of course. I think I see a half times y beta in front of everything as well. Do I really? Am I really going to check this one as well? Well, it's the last one, so. Y comma plus the square root is square minus. Yep, also the same thing. And then all of that has brackets around it and then a half y beta in front of it. This too. Oh, that's not true. There's a t here. Okay, but still it's t times that thing then. And here we have a half times y beta times that thing. And here also a half times y beta times that thing. Pretty close as there. And here we have also a half times y beta. And here we have also a half times y beta. And the rest is pretty minimal actually. Okay, I did this yesterday off stream, starting with this. And then I spent, I think 2 hours optimizing it, and then it didn't work, so it's because I probably made a mistake. So now I'm going to do it again. But way more directly towards the solution. Because I'm pretty sure that... Yeah, you won't believe it, but this is it. That's just it. Except that this contains a bug, or I don't know, I made a mistake. This one worked where theta has not been determined yet. Now look at this. M0 equals minus 1 minus M0. That's the same. And, well, M11 is minus M10. So I have that here as well. M10 is minus M11. So, yeah, it's the same. And M01 is M10 times the tangent of theta, which here I just, well, for that reason wrote as a variable called tangent of theta. And then finally we have M10 is this, while M11, but it is the negative of M10. So this should be that, but then with a minus sign. Well, it's y beta divided by z times, and then, well, that is negated, so that's correct as well. This, by the way, came all out of optimizing that formula. I didn't look at this at all. So really, this formula resulted again in this. So you'd say, well, then you didn't make a mistake, right? Because it's just horribly correct if you compare it with this one, which is correct. Also, I have this z here, of course, which is x beta plus y beta times, and then again the tangents of theta. So this code block is, since it is equivalent to that one, is correct. That means that there must be a bug in the calculation of the tangents of theta. And we can deduce what that is by looking at one of these, and I think the z is more complex than this one, though clearly we use this one. Although that depends on M10, which again contains the z's. But no, there's an easier way. The tangent of theta is simply M01 divided by M10. Get that from this one. Where M01 is this one, and M10 is this one. So we must, in order to calculate the tangents of theta, I must do M10 divided by M10. And we can recognize that because the, I'll begin with that one, I guess. M01 is the argument in front of the t squared of the xt. So this is xt, and we have a t times, parenthesis open, 1 plus something without t, minus something with a t, that t here. So we have t squared, and then the argument, hello, interesting nickname there, minus a half times y beta, well, that's this whole thing that appears everywhere. And then we have to divide that by M10, which is the argument in front of t in the yt formula, which is well, here's again a t, so this is the t squared part. Here we have t times, so this whole thing here. We have to divide by this whole thing, right? Alright, that's not easy. Yep, I'm going to write this out. I'm going to write it out. Actually, let's begin with this thing that appears everywhere. So that part. We need that part. And although I did make a mistake, I think I must be close. So we probably need the x gamma minus x beta. Well, it's already here. This is x gamma minus x beta and then times 2. So we are going to need that. And then this one is probably also necessary, which is y gamma minus y beta. Where do I see that? Here, y gamma minus y beta. So we'll probably need that too. And I have some sub-expression here, which I just left in because otherwise the formula became too big. But that is only used here. Which means that is inside the square root. And now what is outside the square root is this, minus x span divided by y span. So that should be possible to check that. Well, you have a plus here, but there's a minus in front of it. And then the x span was this part divided by 2. Yeah, I don't recognize that one. 1, 2, 3. Oh, the 2 drops away against that half. Mathematica is so bad. This is a simplify. The result of a simplify. And it just leaves in the 2 and a half. What the fuck? So bad. Okay, I think I'm gonna type it in and then edit it again. Let's call this extra factor, so the whole thing that you see here, the term, whatever. No, I don't know, sub-expression. 0.5 times, without a t, no t, times y beta times, and then inside we have minus, okay, we'll just type it over, plus standard square root minus 1 times, yeah, I'm gonna remove the 2 here already. Outside of it, and then here we have x gamma minus x beta, right? Which is x spin. But I'll edit it immediately. X spin. Minus 2 times x. Something's wrong. X, comma. No, it is minus 2 times x, comma. And then plus 2 times x beta. So the minus 2 is indeed a minus. And then times x, comma. This is correct. But I'm missing my y, comma. Yeah. That was something wrong. Times y, comma. Shouldn't edit too much. I think I want to type in big formulas and then just draw it so I can see that it is correct. And then I can simplify it step by step, checking continuously by drawing it. See if it still works. I think I did this correctly, but yeah, let's go all the way and just type in literally what I see. Minus 1 times times y, comma. Well, this is minus 2.0 times x beta plus 2.0 times x, comma. Yes. Plus the square root of, yep. And then we get something squared. I'm going to use my utility. The square of something times another square. The second square is y, comma. And the first one is minus 2 times x beta plus 2 times y, x, comma, I mean. X beta, x, comma, squared times square of y, comma, minus 4.0 times y, comma, times minus 1 times y beta plus y, gamma times let's put this here times something else being minus 1 times x, comma plus, yeah, I'm leaving that out, the square of x comma plus something divided by a y beta minus something divided by y beta again, right? Yep, and this one is x beta times y gamma, and this one is the square of x beta times y gamma. Okay. And then that what I just typed in is actually this one, except this one's the same, but it has a t here. And now this one, let's see, what did I need? We need M01, which is the t squared part of xt. M01, yeah. So, not doing this one yet. Probably I can do that one. Maybe not. And this is then old code with the bug in it. Let's remove that for now. So I can say that M 10 sorry, M01 M01 is the part in front of the t squared of the xt. Yeah, so we have t times t is t squared, and then this minus must not be forgotten. So we have minus, and then the sub-expression, which is the same thing here that I just typed in, but divided by everything under this. So that is then equal to sub-expression divided by and then all this, which is y gamma move it down, put it here, t squared. Y gamma times y, no, I'll keep doing what I did, minus 1.0 times y beta plus y gamma times something times something right, and the first something is minus 1 plus x beta plus and now this part is the sub-expression. To the sub-expression again, divided by y gamma times minus 1.0 times y beta plus y gamma. So this is this here, minus 1 times y beta plus y gamma times y gamma, and all of that used to divide the sub-expression, which we then add to x beta and minus 1, and all of that must be multiplied by, so there's a parenthesis missing here, all of that must be multiplied by this, which is minus 1 times y beta plus y gamma, and y gamma there, and with this, and then all of that is used to divide this, which is a sub-expression again. And then we have the parameter that belongs to, with a minus in front of it. I forgot my minus. This minus here. The very sure minus sub-expression. And then this one is x beta plus, and that looks like the sub-expression again, divided by this whole thing is a sub-expression, and we're divided by that, which is actually the same thing as that. Hey Abhimanyu and Deeparia, hello. This is y gamma times, so that would be this word, y gamma times 1 etc. Yeah, so like that. I think we called that right. Oops. Okay, and then we have to get the tangent, so you have to divide that by m10. Tangent is this divided by m10. And M10 is, what is the t part of the yt. The t factor of yt. Can also comment that out because I'm not using it at the moment. Okay, so this is yt, and then the t part is what this t is multiplied with this plus something times t. So this part is the t squared. This part is the part that is multiplied by just t. So this whole thing at the top here is the M10, which therefore is a y beta. Wait, there's a minus there. Minus y beta divided by something. But the something exists of something times something. What? Something times something. And the first something is -1 plus x beta. I've seen that before. That's the exact same thing as this. The whole expression. I bet this is my z, actually. Yeah, this is z. This is z -1 and this is z. Okay, I was going to make small steps though, because I tried to go fast yesterday. Fast being 2 hours. I didn't go to bed, Abhimanyu, until I stopped the stream because I had to go to bed. And in the end, I went to bed at 3 a.m., like 2 hours later. Disappointed because it didn't work. So we have this, y comma. Yeah, it's just the same as that. This expression is the same. The whole thing. This is the same as, I bet that one as well, yeah. And also the same as this, because the y gamma minus y beta plus y gamma. Also the same thing. Nou ja. It's probably better to call it z. Z is x beta plus y beta times the tangents. I don't already have the tangent, if we know what z is. Yep, it is. So I'm having a minus here, which is not here. So probably this is z -1. And that's the -1 here. So this whole thing is z, which is x beta plus sub-expression divided by that. But that is my tangent, which used to be I think there's definitely a bug here. It doesn't feel right. I mean, I know there's a bug there, so it's a bit lame to say that. But I don't recognize it, so I don't know. Let's just continue typing and do the simplification afterwards, okay? or doubting if that's not less efficient in this case. Yeah, I'm going to introduce a z just as a separate sub-expression, and that then must be apparently equal that, but yeah, I already have that here even. Don't have it here. So we have this one, x beta plus sub-expression divided by y gamma times y gamma minus y beta. That's the same as here, it's the same as here, except that I didn't use that one, we were using this one. But that also has an x beta. That's the same. Just some more duplication here, it's amazing. Right, so if I set a z equal to that, then this part all the way up till there is z, and this whole thing is also z. Minus 1 y beta minus y gamma y. So, yep. And now it should be a little bit easier to type this one in. The t factor of yt, that would be this, minus y beta divided by z minus 1 times z. This is saying z minus 1, or actually it's a minus 1 plus z, but well, times z. Now let it work. Otherwise I'm getting desperate. Yes, it just fucking works. Hallelujah, hallelujah. So the curve is now going through this point, this point, this point, and this point, which means that I did not make a mistake this time around. Now I can do optimizations in little steps. Yeah, I guess that for the start I'm going to remove all my minus ones. So minus 1 times that is just minus. Minus 1 times that is minus. And this is then again z minus 1. And the sub-expression. This is again minus. And here we have a minus. And I should have made an... Let's see. Let's not do too much. I think that was correct, right? Am I taking the risk? Yes, I'm taking the risk. Ridiculous. Still good. But now we should do a commit or something. Status. What did I change? Resys. What? It's empty file, I bet. No, it's not. Nobody knows what that is. Go away. Oh, no, my keyboard is dead. Move troop. I should not have removed the sys file from my. Oh no, wait, it's not Windows. Git status. Git diff. Yeah, multiple changes, but they can't be wrong, can they? Yeah, whatever. Git, commit, everything. Beep. So now I can, without being nervous, do some more optimizations. For example, bring the y beta to the other side here. Minus y beta. We have another one here. To bring that to the other side. Get rid of this minus by replacing this with 1 minus z. And now I have the same formula as here, right? 1 minus z times z. So I can take that again and then just use that. And this of course can be done put on the other side. Okay, still good. Commit it again and do more. Now I can replace all of that with y gamma minus y beta, so with this one. Let me just move it outside here. So that is going to be y span. Let's remove this minus. Turn this into 1.0 minus z. Now, what's with the x comma minus x beta? I used to use that in the sub-expression here, which is in the end then added to something squarish inside the root. I think we can do that first. For example, this -1 is multiplied with that. So if I remove the factor of 2, then this becomes 2. And then I can swap the x beta to the other side. And here as well, I'm having a 2 times x beta times x comma expand. No, do it in smaller steps. I'll do this one first. Let me see. Why the -1 here? No, smaller steps. Still correct. Can commit it. So let's bring the 1/2 inside that parenthesis. So -1/2 here times that becomes a 1 again. And then we need times 1/2 here. I think. And the square is a square of, well, this is 2 times x comma minus x beta, right? So let's drop that out first. 2 times x comma minus x beta. Like that. Try it out. Yep. Minus x comma. I think I can just replace this part now with the x spin. Curious where the bug is. Probably just a plus or a minus. Seems to be some little mistake somewhere. I should be able to work this square root towards this expression, or minus the bug then. So I'm having a half times the square root, can bring the half inside the square root. Or can I? That would be a quarter. And I'm still having here a 4 inside of it. That's weird. I think I recognize this part here. That's the same. Four times y gamma times y span times. This is the square of x gamma, so I can bring x gamma outside of that. I can write this as x gamma times minus 1. And then not a square, but just x gamma here. Something went wrong with the parentheses. Try that again. Oh, that ends all the way there. Thought it ended here. That's nonsense. So I divide this by x gamma. I have to divide everything by x gamma. Really? Also these parts. This one and that one. Maybe that is the problem. No, I didn't bring it outside of this. That's nonsense. Yeah, we need new parentheses. Okay. New parentheses around this part, those two terms. And then we can do x gamma times that part. So this then becomes minus 1. And the square vanishes. I said minus 1. So this can become a plus now, or not. But that would be the whole thing. Yeah. Plus x beta times y gamma. But whatever that is, I'm having a minus here, I think. Let me check if this is still correct. Totally still correct. Yeah, I want to change this into a plus, which means that we have to multiply one of these factors with minus 1, and that is going to be this one, which means this changes into 1 minus x comma, and then also this factor must change. Currently that is a plus, so let's just make this a minus. And then that part must be a plus, I guess. I think this still works. Hi, Post Bunny. Okay. Yeah. You can put parentheses around this. Or not. Must be that square. Maybe my current formula is even better than what I had, but nah. So everything inside here, the square root is existing of squares and then plus something. So all of that should be equal to this. And so far I have 4 times y gamma times y span times x gamma times 1 minus x gamma minus, and then here we have a y gamma, and here I have a y gamma in this term and in this term. So I can indeed get a y gamma out of it, and then we end up with x beta divided by y. Oh, the y beta can be get out of it as well. Yeah, start with that. At the very least I need a parenthesis around this. So I have a minus this, and then a minus here, and then an extra parenthesis there. And then this whole thing is divisible by y beta. If I remove this division by y beta and this division by y beta, and you get a y gamma outside of it. If we delete this by y gamma and this by y gamma, yep, now it becomes the same. Slowly but surely. So now we can get an x beta again out of here. Times x beta. And then this turns into a 1.0 minus x beta. Pew. Now it looks pretty much the same, right? 4.0 y gamma y span times x gamma times 1 minus x gamma minus y gamma times 1 minus x beta times x beta divided by y beta. Yeah. Okay, so let's see if that still works. That still works. No. So now I can replace all of this with that sub-expression. You think sub-expression 50? Well, I had 87 sub-expressions. That was the previous attempt was way longer work. Way longer work. It really helps that now I know what I have to go, which direction I have to go to. So we have to delete everything except the last two parentheses, because I believe they are the same, which is then subtraction 50. Check that. Yes. Oops. I wanted to commit it. Now, and then we can make the square root the same. So I have to multiply. I can multiply with y gamma inside of this. And then we can remove that. And now the square root looks the same, except for the half. So maybe that was the whole problem then. So it should be a half in front of this. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. Pretty sure that the tangent of theta should be actually the square root minus something. But we can verify that by using this fact. So I do not have a double tangents yet, but let's add that now. And then we start from this side. The tangents equals to m that divided by m that, which we then fill in. Because in the end I don't want to use m0s here, I want to use the tangents to calculate the m's. So the m01 is this whole expression. And that is this expression. Yep, well, since we divide twice by something, I should probably divide by the multiplication of that. Let's see, I'm dividing by y beta, and I'm dividing by the... What is going on here? Dividing by that and dividing by that, so I should multiply this with that. And then divide by that, yes? Divide by this times that. So, like that. And then we can do this division here. The dividing by z times 1 minus z. And here I'm multiplying with that, so that drops out. Times 1 minus z times z. And here I divide by that, divide by z times 1 minus z. Now let's see if that worked, meaning I'm going to uncomment this one and then comment out this one. So now I replace the M01 with the original. No, it still works. That was good. Yep, completely back to this original. Well, I still had a Z here, so that was correct as well. So now I can replace the new Z with the old Z, because we have the tangents. So Z is that, which means I don't need this Z anymore. That works like a charm as well. Yeah, I guess I can just delete this. So now, what is the difference between these two lines and that line? Pretty different. Okay, we can remove the white beta here. So this sub-expression is a y beta times something. So I remove that, y beta. And then I don't have to divide by y beta anymore here. Remove that. Very paranoid. Very paranoid, I check it. That was correct. I haven't committed in a while. So no I did. Then now I can move the -1 to the other side to make it look a little bit more like that one. Parentheses are obviously not needed. That's the end of the square root. And I can just subtract expand times y gamma. Instead of starting with that. And then yeah, I have just one line here, so I want to go through that as well, I think. So let's just fill that in to see what happens. This whole thing. That's my tangent line. That works. And then we have, yeah, I'm dividing by y comma here. Theoretically, I could bring the y gamma inside the square root and then divide sub-expression by y gamma squared. That would remove one y gamma here. So I still have to divide this one by y gamma. That one would drop out. That's just not too bad. This one will drop out, and then that one will drop out, and it looks more like that. Just a little different. And this one keeps definitely being a difference. I don't get rid of that. There is a problem with it though. If I divide by y, if I bring the y gamma in the square root, then I lose the sign information of y gamma. That might be definitely a problem. Probably should not do that. Let's just divide by y gamma outside. I'm gonna divide this by y gamma because of no reason. And then this too, of course. And then I don't have to divide by y gamma here. Yeah, and as also divide by y span, then we get just a factor of a half divided by y gamma times y span in front of the square root. And the rest is exactly the same then. So I think I'm going to do that as well, meaning divide by y gamma times y span. As an extra factor before the square root. So now I already divided by y gamma, the square root. And I divided by y span. So I'll only have to divide the x span. And now it is exactly the same as it was before, except for this factor. That one was lost. That must have been the bug then. Now that works. So we compressed all of this well into basically these two lines. If you don't count those two. Not too bad. Next, of course, I still want to have some variation, so I could run, I don't know, I could run X gamma in a loop maybe. X or Y gamma, why not? That's what, I don't know. But at some point I probably just want to click on my image and then drag points. I think it's time to do that. It would be nice to click on this and then drag it and then see everything move. That would be just awesome. We go for awesome to commit this. What do I need to change for that? I guess it's a loop somewhere that currently receives the expose events. Debug window, no. Trigger an expose event, hardly. Case expose, maybe that's the one. It's inside a beautiful loop while running. get the next event, and then if the event is an expose event, you also have key press, and I do stuff that's, is that including the mouse? What I do, I press a key currently and just exit this loop. So yeah, every key is deadly. So that's pretty easy to verify. I just click on the window. No, that doesn't tell me if it left the window actually. I don't think so. Nope. I need to fix it first. Well, fix, I mean. I have a way to detect that. There, I should just end up in my event loop join, I think. So this must be commented out. I don't have a theta anymore, do I? Theta, I'm not using R probably. Yep, R. Nobody uses R. Yep, so press space. Oh, nothing. What the fuck, dude? Space, but enter also not. Nothing works. Oh, but then I can. Oh, I'm still hanging on this. Yeah, sorry, of course. So I run this. I hit enter here, and now we go back to the window, and I press space. It exits. So you do the same thing again. Enter here, and now we go to the window. Now I click with my mouse. Nothing. So the mouse does not register as a key press. Scrolling not, clicking not, dragging not. Mouse is completely not detected. Where was my event loop? Yeah. I have a button press mask though. Pretty sure that's part of the mouse. I'm guessing this works. That would be lame. Let's just print it out. Notice button pressed. Post money. What? Nishkal Gigaria, how are you doing? Make. All the mouse buttons arrive. Working with just X11, I guess. Well, I have Boom, zip. Boom. Yeah. One more. Dot. Button press. Dot. Yeah, which indeed gives, well, gets there when I click my mouse. How do I get which mouse button is being clicked? Oops. And the coordinates, and if it is pressed or released. Why is this so small? 110%. Right, so the trick is that you have to do all that. Seems unlikely that that would work. But we'll try it. Like well, or released. Still don't know that. Aha, this is button press event. We need a button release as well. Just add it here. Release. Pull pressed is type equals button press. Yeah. Scroll wheel, left and right, left button, right button, middle button, special button, other special button. Oh, that one is captured, so I can't use it. Also captured. Only have these two special buttons. I don't have any other buttons. But that works. Yep. And then if I click and drag, then of course nothing happens. Let me print these as well because I don't know what they are. Right, definitely need my root. No, I don't. Looks like the root is relative to the whole desktop of 3 monitors big. So I put it here and then it should give me 2471. Seems a bit big. Anyhow, can go here in this corner and we reach 0, 0 at the top here. And that should be 1200, 900. $29. Yeah, whatever. So the whole window. And Well, I suppose I should start testing this, but I have an urgent question. If the program terminates uncleanly, how can one assure that is called anyway? Yeah, I don't want to know that. I said I don't want to know that. I guess I always exit cleanly, except when, well, we call underscore exit or stuff like that. Or resec fault. If a program sec fault, I don't think that even at exit and stuff is called. What happens in that case? Oops, if the program still has the mouse corrupt. Would you recommend using the code that you just described in the space shuttle? I think it would get worried. No, don't do that. Well, at least it should. I guess we'll see if it is a problem. So I'm in the window thing here. And I'm going to have a new atomic boolean. Called mouse grabbed. Maybe a bit paranoid to make it atomic, but yeah. When you think about it, is that necessary? Currently, if we destroy the window, I do have a destructor. There's the main thread destructing it, right? If that happens. Where is my destructor? Here. I'm calling nothing. I just destroyed a lot. X destroy window, close display. Yes, calling. Enough for on grabbing a pointer. Yeah, well, I might as well add it, you know. But yeah, I put this in front of that. Guess that's okay. I'll grab pointer display and assume that display might not be set. I'll grab current time. Wait a minute, nobody talked about current time. But did it? Maybe it's an existing variable, so you can give it uppercase. Let's try it if this compiles. Where's my atomic here? Mouse grabbed. So then, okay, probably this is already enough, but well, that's be nice if the mouse grabbed while we are destroyed and stop it, ungrab it. Super vague. Yeah, well, if I do this, you know, it's always a problem that during destruction, you seriously cannot assume that other threads are accessing the same object. Otherwise, you have a problem to begin with. In other words, this should be single threaded to begin with, and therefore I don't need it to be an atomic. And I can't think of other reasons actually who would access this from a different thread. I'm going to unatomic it. And then there's at least no race condition. I mean, if it's an atomic, there would be a race condition here to begin with anyway. So It's kind of stupid to assume that it has to be an atomic. Let's hope it isn't. And I'm going to begin with a false here. Right, then I can do the other stuff. What exposure event was in the neighborhood? While running. Yeah. If not pressed, so we release it. And mouse grabbed. Then release mouse. Oh, I'll put it in a separate method, I think. For this one too. I mean the structure. And I guess I add a counterpart then. Grab mouse. With a pass event to it, really? No. To pass a window to it. Ah, that must be just my window. That should be this type, I guess. Yeah, right. So grab mouse window. That's really weird, man. This is a window. I don't want to do that. I'm going to just use window. Just to test it. Wait, I have to unrelease it. No, it's I untested it. That release here. Release mouse, grab mouse. Wow, it compiles. Unbelievable. And then I try it again and it didn't compile. There is no false. Did you mean false? This declared identifier window. Did you mean with? I have undefined that. Is there another way we can use this? It's a bit dirty. I think our X11 is so short that I think, well, I'll put it in the Cairo window. So it doesn't get in the way of possibly other X11 namespaces. Or to, well, X11. Yeah, I'll have to call it, I don't know. I have to give it a prefix. I can't call it true. Can't call it true with a capital T. I'm already inside X11, but yeah, you must do something. X11 true is true. Or 2, X11 false is false. And then we can delete this. I think that will work. I don't know the type. It's probably an int. No, just fuzzy ball. I don't even want to know what it is. Now I can use this, hopefully. Still don't have a window. Or it must be X11 window. No. It's just a window. Which was also replaced because window is defined in the X11 is really dirty when it comes to namespace stuff. Create window in a minute. I meant X11 window, which is that thing. Multiple definitions of X11. Put it in a header, yeah. It compiles. Let's run it. Bleep boing. Nothing. Damn it. It's not grabbing the mouse. motion, not UI. Shift. Yeah, it works. No. Okay. Yeah, then next I have to detect which object we are clicking on. Obviously I want to click on points for a start. Just detect if there's a point below my nearest point, or point that's close enough. And then the point must say if it is draggable or not. Can update the coordinates of the point. Then it has to be redrawn, really. That's not really a problem, but... And then I have to redraw everything else. Oops. And I have to communicate that to the main thread. Which now makes it multi-threaded, which I don't like. So maybe I should just send messages to the main thread. Like, please update this point. And then the main thread gets the message and then updates the point. So that it's at least still being done by the main thread. And the messages then, well, you need a queue, a message queue from this thread to the main thread, which then has to listen to those messages. Yep, it's never easy, is it? Well, yeah, the same thing more or less is the case for just reading, I think. How do I even find out which point is under my mouse? You would prefer to do that in the current thread, I guess, but in the window thread. But yeah, then I have to read variables that belong to the main thread, which makes it quickly multi-threaded a problem again. I have to lock everything in critical areas with mutexes and everything. Since I need this message system anyway, I could just send a message to the main thread saying the mouse has been clicked at this point, and then have the main thread do everything. So I'm getting messages now from the X server, and basically I should just convert them to new messages and then send those to the main thread. Very boring. Could be quite a lot of messages as well if you drag the mouse, but well, let it crash, I would say. If there's too many messages. Okay, how am I going to send those messages then? That would be a single producer, single consumer queue of stuff. Well, I have that, so I'm going to use it. Yeah, where do I have that? That's a good question. Not in utils. Or do I? I have stuff in utils, actually. Threading stuff. Threading. So if I have it at all in utils, then it should be in threading, obviously. We have a FIFO buffer. Well, oh here, but multiple producer, single consumer queue. So either this one or that one. This is even more complex, I think, because multiple producer, and I have a single producer. FIFO stands for first in, first out, so that's just a simple queue. Might be already simple enough. Let's have a look at what the hell that was. This is a lock-free ring buffer for trivial copyable objects. AKA a struct that describes my message. The problem of this is that it is a ring buffer, so I have only a limited size. But yeah, so if you move the mouse so fast that the main thread can't keep up, then you're putting the work into it. So I might as well reward you with a crash or some weird behavior. Though the question is what the hell happens if you try to put something in my buffer and it is full, because it's definitely going to be detectable, I think. Of course it's detectable if it's full. I have a push that returns a boolean. Copy one chunk of in to mhead and advance head. Returns true if the operation succeeded, false if the buffer is full. Nah, it can't be any simpler than that, right? And then we have a pop. Until advanced and so on. But there is no signaling. I mean, how would I know that there is something to read? Clear. Empty at end. Full is lock free, relocate, reallocate. Yeah, that looks kind of boring, which I don't like at all. So we have to put something in it and then kick the main thread separately. This is just the thread safe way to pass things from one thread to another. Still need to make the main thread wake up. What can we use for that? Well, the gate could be used maybe. Or the semaphore. I think the semaphore is like for signaling from one thread to another. We could say I'm incrementing the semaphore every time I add something. I think that should work. Let's have a look at that. Well, semaphore presents a token counter that can be added to and taken from. Threads that try to take a token that isn't there will block. The underlying token is stored in blah blah blah. Its previous wake ups on the race condition. A thread that wakes up cannot know if it really had to wake up or must simply try to grab a token or go to sleep again. Oh, because a previous wake up and the race condition the thread. Okay, please give me an example. No examples now. Yeah, this is kind of what I need, I think. So I can just wait for the semaphore instead of waiting for the keyboard like I do now. And then we will continue to wake up as long as there are any messages in it. And I have to put it in a loop anyway. So you wake up from the semaphore and then you have to look if there is something in it. See how that works. Removes one token from the semaphore. If no token is available, the thread will block until it manages to grab a new token. That was added with post. So I have to call this grabs only one token. Slightly bothered by the counting then. I mean the lock-free ring buffer already counts how many messages it has inside of it. And then separately with that I add tokens to the semaphore, which then should be equal. That is true. But if you implement it like this, it's gonna look at the semaphore and then decide based on the count in the semaphore if there is something in the FIFO. Now, if there is nothing in the FIFO, some bug reason, then I suppose that's not too bad. We just wake up from the semaphore and then we try to get a message and it isn't there. Well, okay, we'll go to sleep again. It would be worse if there was a desync, of course, between it in the sense that the semaphore does not have a token, while there is something in the ring buffer. Yeah, that's not acceptable, but that should never happen. Just should never happen, even if we count a double. Those two counters should always be synced, except during grabbing and putting stuff in it, I guess. Okay, it could happen that, say, one thread puts 5 messages in the queue and then tells the semaphore, well, hey, I put 5 messages in the queue. And then in between that, the main thread wakes up from the semaphore and grabs all the messages that the semaphore says that it has, leaving those 5 messages in the queue. Because if it the semaphore tells it that it doesn't exist yet. You have to wait for the token to be available in the semaphore. If, say, I would wake up from the semaphore and then regardless just read the whole buffer empty, then it's maybe faster, but at the very least then I would wake up many times after that with an empty buffer. So for example, we put 10 messages in the buffer, add 10 tokens to the semaphore. I mean, there's no other way. We wake up for the first token, read all 10 messages, and then go to sleep again with the semaphore. But the semaphore says, oh, no, 9 tokens are still there. So we try to read from the buffer again. There's nothing there because we already read everything. And that then will happen 9 times. So now, I think I'm gonna go for just read one message for every token that we get from the semaphore. Okay, let's implement this. Meaning, I need a semaphore that is accessible for both the window thread and the main loop thing. So in this case, this one. Just main. Might as well stop this. So think. So instead of waiting for the keyboard here, don't do this. Don't do this. Wait for the semaphore. The semaphore should also be accessible by the window. Therefore, it must be a member of the window. I do have the window here as well. So we're going to ask the window, do we have a token? And we have to translate that to messages. And I could just say, well, it's going to be a loop. So while window, let's call it have message for the moment. So this is just decrementing the semaphore then. And then we get here, and then I have to get the message, which is then again a window thing. So get message. And then handle it. And then the handling we do here. And the message is then a new object. So hopefully not too big, because, well, now I can get a pointer to it. Let's write it as if it is important that it is speedy, because all my code, well, my main code, say in the repositories, is written for insane speeds, meaning that we don't even copy stuff. So I would get some kind of pointer from this, and then handle it, and then when we're done, then I have to tell the window that we're done with it. So let's say release message or something. So the pointer then points into the log-free ring buffer, and then we can just use it. And then when we're done with it, we have to still say to the buffer, now you can use it, use that memory. I'm not sure if I want to the have message probably could handle the spurious wake ups of the semaphore. or not, and I could just go here, but then the problem is that if it is a spurious wake up and there is no message, that I have to detect somehow that this is a non-message, in which case I would want to continue here. Plus it's the matter of when do we redraw stuff, right? I mean, if I leave this point, then I go to the top of the loop and then we redraw everything. And I could do that per message, or I could just read messages until there are no messages anymore and then do that. Which is maybe faster, but that means that I don't want to block here. I want to be notified that this was the last message. And then this loop also doesn't work. I guess maybe I should just pass a boolean saying block or not. So we call this as block. And then I just set block to false here. And then we just call it again. But this time it doesn't block. And then let's just block once. So maybe not have message, but get message. Which more sounds, but yeah, there's already this one. Wait 1 minute now. Semaphore one, let's just have message, right? Yeah, if you call this function with a block, then it's not even returning until there is a message. So the return value is always true the first time. And then if we call it again, but now with block is false, then it either returns true or false. So if it returns true, then there are more messages and we keep handling it. And then if it returns false, then we continue and actually execute all the messages that we just processed. So this whole construction kind of works, I think. Yeah. We begin with block is true, which means that it blocks if there is not a message. And if there is one message, we handle it. And then we try to call it again. But this time it might return false if there's no new message. So we handle maybe a few, and then the last, then no message anymore. And then we redraw everything. And then to make it more sophisticated, we could add timers and stuff, but it's a bit too sophisticated because I don't have timer control in this application. Support, I mean. Getting messages is just, yeah, well, you have a message, so just get it, handle it, and release it. There's nothing wrong with that. Well, this does mean, this whole reasoning means that the spurious wake-ups must be handled inside have message. Okay, having established that, we can add these three things, three new member functions to window, and then implement them. Maybe do something here, like print that we have a message. To window. That's this window here, apparently. Where does that come from, that window? Window, this window here. That must be this window. And then I add it. Let's just add them at the end. Not add them here. The boolean have message. And then get message, which I don't know where returns what. Let's call it a message. And we have a release message. And that takes the same thing as we have there. I don't know, it's pass it like a const reference, but probably have to change that afterwards. Right, so these are new member functions of window. I'm going to need definitely a message thing. Let me just add it here, like message. Or yeah, let's say that what now? Let's say the message is the trivial copyable struct that we put in the ring buffer. It seems to make sense, right? So that means that if we look at my ring buffer, then we have a pop which just return m till and advance it, possibly also advancing m read pointer, returns null the buzzer empty. I think this is getting the message but not removing it from the queue. And this then removes it. Not clear. That's all we have. Until No, there's a description here. I wrote this, yes, but my memory is of course not such that I remembered it. I'll have to read it like it's new to me. Okay, so the pointers mHead, mTil, and mRead pointer move from left to right, but cannot overtake each other. If they pass the end, they wrap around to the beginning again. Until mTil can become equal to mRead pointer, which can become equal to mHead, which means that the buffer is empty. But mHead can't advance beyond one place before mTil, at which point the buffer is full. Next to be overridden, CC. Okay, so the head is pointing here, and then if you write something, you push something to the buffer, it overrides CC. So advancing tail means releasing. So I first have to call the read pointer and then the pop. To return the current position of mRead pointer and advance it one chunk. Returns null pointer if there's nothing more to read. This function can be used to peek if there is anything left without actually reading it when reading from pop. Or to get the next chunk without destructing the data that a pointer returned by last pop or read is pointing to. Pop is return the current position of mTil and advance it one chunk, because push never overrides a chunk left of mTil. It is still safe to read that chunk until the next call to pop. This class only allows one producer thread and one consumer thread. Returns null pointer if the buffer is empty. Okay, so we call pop and then process the data that it returns, and then after processing call pop again. That's safe. I guess I don't have to. I don't need to call read in that case. I can just call pop and then process one thing at a time. Okay, and what we learn from that is that both pop and read return a pointer to t, which is going to be my message. So I'm going to have a message pointer then here. Let's call it what it is, a message pointer, and it's const because we can only read it. And it's a message. And the release is good enough then, I think. Yeah, this is just a main thread API. I don't have methods yet that allow me to add messages. Well, I guess I can do that afterwards. Let's first implement this. So I have, we need a semaphore. Let's add that. And utils threading semaphore. The semaphore is constructed with tokens. It's unbelievable that I didn't document what tokens means there. Tokens that are already in it at the moment you construct it. I guess so. They're all just confused. Could you look in an older project where this is being used? But I would guess that just constructing it with 0 is gonna work. Let's call this a message semaphore. Construct it with a 0. Yeah. To have message then means so if block, then we have to do the one thing, otherwise you do something else probably. And just return in block. So if we block, then we always got a message by the time we unblock. And this one is unclear if we have a message or not. The blocking case, I suppose we do message message semaphore. It should have an underscore. Expose events also does not have an underscore. Why? No. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, because wait said semaphore wait. removes one token from the semaphore. And it blocks if no token is available, then the thread will block until the manager. So it doesn't talk about spurious wake up suddenly anymore. A fast try wait. Try to remove a token from the semaphore. Returns a recently read value of m-word. M-word was not changed by this function when word end token mask equals 0. Otherwise, the number of tokens were decremented by 1 and returned is the value of m-word immediately before this decrement. Guess we have to call that for the non-blocking case. And the thing returns an UN64 type called word. And then if word is 0, we did not have a message. I think I have to apply the token mask. This is a literally, no, already, oh no, it's applied here, but we return word. Word contains more than just tokens. It includes a number of block threads. Token mask. Yeah, which is already done here. Fast try wait and tokens mask. So I should just call try wait instead. So equally fast, I would think, but it prints debug output. This is a boolean. So if this returns true, then we did have a token. Not only did we have a token, but it was also decremented. No, that looks good. We must block, we just wait, and otherwise we do use try wait, which doesn't block then. In both cases, the semaphore was decremented, which should mean the fact that we were able to decrement it, that there is a message in our, well, ring buffer. So yeah, I need a ring buffer then. And then we can get it from here, I'll release it there. Oh, the release is not really necessary anymore. I was just going to use pop. I guess what you could do it following, like you read the message and you see that a point is being moved. Then the new coordinates that you have wouldn't warrant really to redraw everything if the mouse was already moved further. So you would like to look if there's a next message. But I'm doing that anyway, I think. I'm just receiving messages and I handle all the messages. So the only thing I do is I update the coordinates of that one point. I can do that for every message. Yeah. If you don't do too much per message, then there is no real need to say read messages until we find a certain message and then handle the message, you know. Otherwise you could just read multiple messages, leaving them in the queue, and then decide which messages to skip, basically. I think I'm gonna remove the release message for now. Just get the message. Get a single message. This is no longer needed. I'm going to call it pop message because that's what we're going to do under the hood. And it's still safe to process it here, as long as we don't call pop again. Okay, and then I have to add the FIFO. Tills threading FIFO buffer. Message buffer. I think that thing is just constructed with the size. Well, actually I have to tell it what we store in it. So we store a message in it. FIFO buffer. It's a template. Int deeper chunk type name. Deeper chunk is we can't even read multiple things at once. What the hell is deeper chunk? In chunks of a fixed deeper chunk objects at a time. Yeah, there has to be one then, I think, right? Was category pointer, but can be anything else. A trivial copyable. In this case, it's not going to be a pointer. So we do one message at a time, and we just read the whole messages, which must be trivial copyable then. And the constructor of the thing is a default constructor buffer with 0 capacity. Call reallocate buffer. Nah. Chunks. Constructor buffer with n chunks, each of n objects. So I have to pass a number of messages here because we have a 1 there. Now, what is the size of my buffer? I don't know, a few hundred. It's a bit big. I think 64 is large enough. Yeah, saying that, but oh, it's an allocation. Yeah, my window is on the stack, but the FIFO buffer itself is not storing the buffer as an array. Of course, it's just storing it as a I don't know, an allocation. You can increase it afterwards. Okay, let's get the header. And now implement these two. So pop message calls, what did I call it? Message buffer. So time again for C tags. The message buffer is a FIFO buffer, and I want to pop a message from it. So it's just going to call pop. Which then immediately returns the pointer. That's easy now. Pop. Return. We should never be calling this when the buffer is empty, because we only call it when the semaphore says that there is a message. Yeah, I think that's about it. You have to write a message, of course, message struct, and we have to write something that adds messages. And let's make that a new thing as well. So we have a void, right? Window, well, push message, and that then definitely is going to be a message const reference, I think, anyway. And I could get a pointer to it and then write directly into the queue. Into the buffer. That would be faster, I guess, especially if message itself is non-trivial big. Push the message. I see hi Zaz, hi Zaz, hi Zaz. How long have you been there? Because I was concentrated and stuff. Did it already include my header for the message here? Nope, it didn't. What? Then where did I include it? Message.h. Probably here. Yeah. Okay. What else do we need? Well, the message itself. So vi message.h pragma wants namespace cairo window. No, currently there's nothing in it. That looks like trivial copyable with memcopy. No one I'm missing. Just try to compile. We are missing nothing. Okay. vi/window.h. So we have a push message. Push message. And taking a message const reference. Oh, I have to still push that one. Okay, let me think. Well, it actually depends on the FIFO buffer interface again. Let's have a look at that one. The FIFO buffer. How do we push stuff in the FIFO buffer? You just pass a pointer and then it uses memcopy. So yeah, that's how we have to do it. And the bool. Oh yeah, can return full. Okay. So ignoring full buffers, it would be message buffer push pointer to the message. And what are we doing if it is full? I have no clue. Just return it. Thought I'd make this a bool. Push message. At which point I think I go make this all inline, because this function is so small. We don't have that. They're just basically empty, man. So let's make them inline. Now let's see how hard we crash now. If it should compile and then we run it and then nothing happens, right? Nothing happens. It says entering semaphore wait, and then it says nobody's waiting. Well, before we were waiting, and then where you have no tokens, so it's currently blocking. And it means that that's just the X event loop. If I click on here, but if I say I hit a space, nothing happens. Hit enter, nothing happens. You have to Control C it. Then now I'm going to add messages at the moment that, well, let's say we receive a mouse movement, right? So window.cxx running. While running, receive motion event, motion notify, that's what I mean. And then we're just going to send a message. That was the push message. Which message? This message. message, message. Well, that's not helping, because the only thing I'm doing wrongly is pushing messages, but I have to add something to the semaphore as well. So then after putting it in the buffer, we have to increment the semaphore with 1 token. On that, then we'll wake up the main thread. Which then will pop the message. Okay, that should work. Semaphore, how do we add something to this semaphore? I have a post. Post with a default of 1 token. I think that's it. Post, post, post. Definitely a post. Where do I come from? Post. And then the main thread should wake up. Try that. Strip. Plop. Good. So if I click, nothing happens. Well, we see the click. But if I click and then drag, that should fill us with messages. Click, drag. You see that the main thread is sleeping, because the semaphore tells us that it gets more and more tokens. You have now 12 tokens. So why? What is the main thread doing then? Okay, this thing says, at the moment we posted the first token, calling Vutex wake because there were waiters, 1 waiter. Woke up 1 thread, that would be the main thread. Received message, yes. Entering semaphore, try wait. And we block again. It's not entering wait. Here it says it enters wait. It's like it's blocking here and then never waking up even if I add tokens. No. What seems to be the problem? Grip sources for try waits and then go to the latest code. Have message was called, which blocked that it was woken up, return true, and apparently it was called again. But this time it blocks false. And then we end up, we call try wait, and I'm not sure if we woke up from that. It should not block. That I don't know what it returns. It should have returned false because it was empty, right? Number of tokens, or there were no tokens anymore. So let's have a look at the main thread now. Just gonna look here. So we come here, we call it the have message. The block is true. It blocks until we got a token, then it woke up. it printed that it had the message. We set block to false. We call have message again, which now calls try wait, which should have returned false because I don't think there were any tokens left. And then it is here, and then we left the whole application because I commented out the for loop. Yeah, oops. So this now must be an infinite loop, otherwise the game is over as soon as we have a single message. Yeah, it should work. I'm doing this on this monitor. So I'm clicking, click, drag, and then you see that, yeah, and it keeps up. Well, I'm moving the mouse pretty slow, but clearly you see we add one token. And then the try wait already sees 0 tokens. So it is 1 token, super shortly 1 token, that's it. And if I move the mouse fast, haha. For some reason my PC is faster than my mouse. That's a good thing. Yeah, so it's totally keeping up. So now we have a message system between one thread and the other. Thanks to my utils library, which I have been growing over the past many years. Sometimes that is handy. I still have to find the message now. So what is the message? Like I said, the message is, even if I click is a message, it's not just dragging but also clicking. So the moment I click down, I should send a message that, yeah, basically the thing that we received. What kind of message do I want? I guess button down at certain coordinates, button release certain coordinates, and dragging. Yeah, I mean, for now that seems enough. And that must fit in the message that we have here. So we definitely have coordinates, mouse coordinates. So we have a mouse X and a mouse Y. And we have an event thing. Make it an enum. Let's make it an enum. Event. Mouse event. That looks good, doesn't it? Not sure if these are ints, but kind of have the feeling that the mouse coordinates fit in ints. So why not? Let's just use ints. Event, mouse X, mouse Y. Yeah, it's a struct. Maybe I don't like to use underscores when they are not private. Try this one. I have to remember it. Okay, blah, cannot remember it. No, no need to remember it. Can jump to it. Okay, and then we go to Windows again. VI Windows, and then suddenly it becomes large. No, it is this event loop here. Push media. I just have to fill this message in. So this is a grab Oh, mouse event. What's a drag, right? That's it. Oh wait, and of course coordinates x, y, and they are ints here. Awesome. I don't know. Don't want to do that anymore. Just pass it. Pass it like it is. Handle. No, we're not handling it. Pass the mouse movement event to the main thread. We get a message and then we copy it to the buffer and then we increment the token. And the same before, and beautiful. And then the same thing happens, of course, when we have other stuff like button presses. We have a release here. Release. Doesn't really look like what I did. Release, button release, mouse event release. No, I'll keep the button. Bottom, button. The buttons. Which was what movie was that? Something. I don't know. I see a picture for me with naked people with buttons before their butt. What movie is that? Maybe it doesn't exist. Mouse event, comma. XY coordinates. Those are the same as we had before. Right here. Yes, of course. Can't find it back though. Motion, see? It's totally not true. XY. These are the XY things that we have. Oh, I need to know which button it is as well. Oh, it is button 1. Do I want to pass other buttons as well? Well, that's a good question. If I do, then I have to pass the button. Let me just pass the button. Let's pass the button anyway. And then what is the button here? Event. What does this even work? Oh, the event is simply the not needed, but I felt like doing it. I guess the answer is no. Because it can't really know. I just grabbed the mouse, that's it. Yeah. It's unrelated basically. I did grab the mouse, but I did so because of a button press, but you could do it regardless. You can just do it continuously. If you're called NSA, for example, just want to know what people do with their mouse. Button pressed or not. So there's no button here. Well, I guess I just don't read the button then. With this drag, don't read the button. It's meaningless. Probably fills in 0 if you do this. So, there's something missing. Let's put 0 in it. But I'm not the one doing that. Oh, it's the compiler. And this one does have a button because totally related to the button. And then we have, of course, the press thingy. It's more complex than this, I'm afraid, actually. I can't decide if I start grabbing. The main thread has to do a callback. Oh no. This is horrible. Now I'm grabbing the mouse and then saying to the main thread that the button was pressed. But suppose there's nothing under the mouse. There's nothing to grab. I mean, the mouse can be grabbed, but I want to grab a point, for example. Some object under the mouse. What if there is nothing? Then I don't really want to grab the mouse. It's more like the main thread to decide to grab the mouse or not. But we have to communicate that. Isn't that a client message here? Client message. I'm not sure, but yeah, if the main thread could send messages back to this thread. But these are X11 events, right? So this loop is nothing else than receiving the messages from the X server. So the only thing that you can, well, that would be really feels very inefficient anyway. I could make the main thread send a message to the X11 server, which then sends it back to this thread. Which maybe makes sense if this thread was running on a different machine somewhere over the network. Yeah, it isn't. So, I'm even using the same connection. That sounds like very inefficient. But I'm already doing that when closing the window. So if you click on close, yeah, then this is called here. So we send the message to the X server, and then, well, it's being sent or flushed and everything. And then that sends it back to, it just sends it back to bullshit. Then it gets here. And then this thread, which is a different thread, that the main thread calls send close event, and then this thread says, oh, okay, I'll close it. That is it. I'll set running to false. It doesn't even close it. It just sets running to false. Therefore, this thread then leaves. And then the main thread that called this must also be trying to join with that thread. So it calls this and then tries to join with this thread. This thread receives the message back from the X server, sets running to false, leaves this loop, exits, terminates the thread. That means that the main thread is able to join with it, and then the main thread continues running, knowing that now the window was closed. But I suppose I can, you know, do not do a send close event, but do a send grab mouse event, and then it's just the window, and this is probably protocol stuff. Must be true as well. I don't know what form it is, but let's keep it at 32. Maybe it's the size of this thing. So then what I need is just to change this, the mdelete window, which is then being compared here. And the mdelete window, I think, is, what is it called? It's an atom, yeah, right. So you can make another atom, which is, which you just call whatever you want. I could call it WM, grab the mouse, release the mouse, and then do it. That would work. And that would be the proper way, I think. I'm going to do it like that. Why not? You can think about it and waste a lot of time, but it's just the way to do it. So we need a grab mouse event and a release mouse event. And now we need to create those things wherever they were created. Well, not here, here. I guess both lines are necessary. Well, this is a W M delete window event. I don't know what to fill in for that. This is just a random thing. Okay, I'll ask ChatGPT. Where is the ChatGPT? Oh, here. I want to send a message from the main thread to the thread that is monitoring X11 events. It is hanging in something. Yeah, I have a ridiculously powerful utility, which does all this kind of stuff. Then I have a single thread that does nothing but waiting for events based on file descriptors. But that means that everything must go through file descriptors. And with everything, I mean it has to call epoll, which is the fastest thing on Linux for that. Which then in turn means that it has to monitor the connection with the X server as a socket. It really needs to know the file descriptor that is being used for the communication with the X server, and then wait for events on that file descriptor, and then it can, read and write stuff. So on top of X11, you have XCB, and I did write an XCB task where the task is part of my system. So everything in that system or method or whatever everything is a task, and all the tasks can run asynchronously, and are they're really compatible with this thing where just one thread and does all the events. So I do have an XCB task, but I didn't use it here because it's such a big machinery, And then, of course, you run into problems. I should use what I write, because this is just annoying. So what I should be using, if I really want to do everything super clean, is now I'm just using AI utils. That's like the bottom of everything. And I should be using thread save and stateful task. So then I'm using the whole shebang. What is it called? The whole everything. I'm using thread pool. I'm using this one, stateful task. And then this is basically plug in, as it were. So I need to use that, and then I can use XCB task. In that case, I have a thread that is doing the communication with the X server through XCB task, which is then also able to react to other events, like direct wake up events. That support is built in, but it's a really, really big machinery. And I think this should come with C++ itself. In the end, it's, I don't know, man. It's just really, really bad support for this kind of thing. And it's ridiculous that I wasted my whole life on certainly a decade, maybe even 2 decades, on writing all this stuff. Well, nobody's going to use it because, they are going to add it to C++. I think they're definitely going to add it in the end. It's just required. But nobody's going to look at my code and then say, oh, I'll use that for the standard. No, I don't think so. It's just going to go to waste, I'm afraid. I'm looking at, I need EVIO as well then. So here's a socket task. We can plug in random sockets. Hardly believe that it would be this. Wow, so far in the back. I think I just scrolled over it. Yeah, that's the last one already. EVIO should be somewhere here in the beginning, unless I see a test suit. Could be for here it is, EVIO. Event driven IO. Also based on thread pool. It's just it's a whole. The thread pool then also has the timer support. Yeah, I don't know. I did in the beginning. It was just a small little machine learning thing that I started to write from scratch, and then you don't start off with dragging in 500,000 lines of code, of course. But yeah, maybe I should. You know. Anyway, don't have that yet. So yeah, well, we can abuse the X11 server to wake up this thread instead. Or I can do a bad job, which is nothing for me. I'm way too much a perfectionist. This is probably how 99.9% of the other programmers would do it. Just do a bad job and do it like this. You just grab the mouse and then send a message. Well, other people wouldn't even send a message. They would just, I don't know what they would do, but it would be horrible. Okay, we could send a message into the main thread, and then the main thread is going to say, yeah, but there's nothing below the mouse. But I can't communicate back. So I'm just going to ignore everything. So to get a message like, grab a point. There's no point. Okay. Drag the point to that coordinate. I didn't grab anything because there was nothing below the mouse. Drag it down to that. It's nothing to drag. There was no point under the mouse. And then just keep ignoring like that until the mouse is released again, and then everyone is happy, except that it is dirty code. But it could do that because it's not, the end of the world if I'm getting too old. I just don't have time anymore to write perfect programs. It takes too long. So I just grab the mouse and live with it. It's so dirty. I hate the idea. It didn't seem like the atoms were necessary. Let's have a look at the message from ChatGPT. What it exactly said here about those things. I had to create a send a custom event. So no atom involved here. Oh, it's just like that. It's just a custom event. There's no atom involved. Man, we can do that. Yeah, okay. So Your data can be any that you do bit filling. Really surprised there's no atom involved. Well, there's an atom here, but I don't have to create an atom in advance. I need to do that for the other stuff. Yeah, okay. So I was right. I think that maybe that internal atom thing might also send a message back and forward to the X11 server, like, I need a new atom, please register something. And that would make things twice as slow, if not worse. Or, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. It would be kind of silly if there was actually communication going on in a blocking call. But, yeah. Nah, probably not. Okay, I'm adding them back then. So, grab mouse and release mouse are from now on release mouse. Controlled by the main thread, and now I have to generate these things. And Control T, I think. Here we did set. Okay, so I did this, but I was confused by the fact that I didn't know what to put there, and it turns out that you can just put anything there what you want. Let's put this here. Why is of course not done. A custom event sounds good to me. I don't have a false. I could use my X11 false now, but apparently false works as well. Just try it here. Already had this code. Do I not need to call set for the custom event? Okay, then not. Event atom, okay. Apparently we only have one of them then. Let's call it a mouse thing event. Right now it's related to mouse, so let's call it this then. At which point I might as well call it a custom mouse event. And then I do this plus it's no longer a WM maybe. It's a window manager. It's not a window manager thing because I don't have to call that one function. I'm just calling it mouse event or custom mouse event. Now we have our atom. And then let's do the receiving part. I think it was a client message, so we can do use else. I'm not sure what is instead casted to an unsigned long while it is 32 bits. Is an atom now 32 bits or isn't it? Why is it not casted to an atom then? Is an atom equal to unsigned long? I don't understand the whole cast. Try casting to an atom. See what happens. From unsigned int to int. I'll make it an unsigned int, especially for this compiler, which otherwise would not be able to sleep, apparently. Then we have to add the code to send messages, custom messages. Send custom message event here thing ish. Yeah, I'll just copy it as if it is whatever. I'm in Windows. I think I had something at the bottom, and then we add this code here, and then we'll make it a member function window. And now we change this into send custom event. Display. Yeah, I don't think so, because we do object-oriented coding. That's why I added the window there. X event. I don't know. If I have it here, I do it there. Probably this is also from ChatGPT, so it doesn't know what it wants. Standard memset. Oh, that was that one. This is no C code. ChatGPT. The type is a client message. It's the same as above. The window is X11 window. The message type is custom mouse event item. What? Dude, that's not true. It's using it there, not here. What the hell? Message type. Man, that's so weird. Doesn't make any sense whatsoever. No, whatever. I don't understand why one of them is pre-created and this one is created every time, even though it's used in the same function. Send close event. Oh, here it is. It's a private thing. Remind you, yeah, man. It's getting late, right? Good night. Let me think. Sleep. My brain is still talking about sleep well. Send custom event. Yeah. Should not be private, I think. Nope. Because if the mouse button is released, I can just release the mouse if grabbed. And I check that. Now if the mouse was not grabbed, then maybe I still want to pass that message on. So really what you have to do is, if the mouse is grabbed, then release it. But send it anyway, and now I think about it, send it for any button, or maybe only release the mouse when the grabbed mouse was equal to the mouse button. Let's rename this to buy, and then 2 equals, and then regardless send a button release message to my main thread. While if the button is pressed, then I'm not really caring about if the mouse is grabbed. I'm just sending the button press message to my main thread, also regardless. Yes, and then if I receive that, then I must send the message back. No, the release is automatic anyway, right? I don't have to care about it. But I can send back, like, please grab the mouse when receiving a button press from the main thread. So now we go receive that from the main thread. We'll pull. Event. No, release and drag. Drag, I mean. Nah. Mouse X. And button might not be set, but could just print it anyway or not? Nah. Why? So in these cases, these two cases, we also have the button itself. Well, button, message, button, and then in the drag event case, it's not defined. Okay, so now I want to send the message back to the window, to window dot send custom message or an event, right? And then, yeah, we might as well use this. Bahaha. No, that's bullshit. I want to tell it to grab the mouse here. Custom event, grab mouse. So we'll have to define that. Define that, I mean. Nothing needs to be sent back in these two cases. So why the hell did I put them there? Well, otherwise the compiler complains because I have a switch. Why am I even having a switch? You know, might as well have just if button press. But yeah, oh yeah. I don't know. I saw an enum, so I wrote a switch. Let's not talk about it. Make C tags. The send custom event takes an unsigned int, and I have to define that in the header, probably Windows header, because that's the one that's going to receive it. Jump back here, jump to the header, and then define it as a, say, static const expression of that type. And I've got the thing, the name, it was custom event, I think, and then grab. Yeah, nobody knows. Custom event grab mouse. My chess game? What do you mean? I play more than one chess game. There's the link to my GitHub, if you mean that, in the description of the video. I have one chess-related repository. Kind of lost what I was doing now. Yeah, so look at you just go here, repositories, and then it's not even, is it not even chessboard here, this one you mean? Oh, that's not on, yeah, it is on GitHub. Maybe it's not on GitHub, I don't know. Anyway, here's a link to stuff. It's really old though, but okay. Where's the repository of the thing then? Download. Not even a repository. Oof. Does not compile. Error, invalidate operands to binary expression. We do not know how to write mouse event because it is an enum. Yeah, and there you have that. This is a pure waste of a well-paid programmer. Seriously. Nobody should have to write code for that. Header file. Standard stream. Actually, now I think about it, it is more like an if. This is debug mode. then define something which shouldn't even be defined here. Probably it's just ugly, but well, I could put it in another header. Usually I put it in what is it called, debug ostream or something. Debug ostream operators. I don't think this project has that yet. And then you postpone it, and then later you need it anyway. So yeah. And then if you don't want to do this in line, and you shouldn't, then you have to create a message.cxx suddenly. Ugh, which does not exist. Double nasty. Include sys.h. Then I have to do the namespace, which I don't want to, because I have to type that and again and again and again. We're even going back now for the other one. So, and then we have here again if def cw debug and if, and then we need a header for IO stream. I'm going to use debug.h. And then finally you can add a switch for the mouse event. I think I have a case return, does not get a color, I say in advance, because it's probably AI. Case return, which is defined in utils macros, which probably should already have been included from sys.h, but I'm not sure. Let's include that here. Yeah, case return is do case blah blah blah. Looks like I need a semicolon. And then we have yeah, the mouse event things, which I forgot, of course. Button press, release, and drag. Press, release, and drag. Release and drag queen. Drag. Drag. And then of course we get here, and oh, we have to actually do get here. Oh, we just have to return OS. Wait, this is case return, which doesn't work. Nope. Cry. Sorry, case return returns character const pointers. I want to use it. Yep. So I'm going to have a character const pointer. How do I call those things usually? How on earth can I have forgotten that? Let's go to a recent project that I never finished, and then grab for AI case return, and then have a look how the hell that is used. Oh, some task. Strimpl. Yeah. Dbus object is derived from, oh, this AI stateful task. That's a bit too much. Try to find another one. How about this one? Equal event string. Yeah, right. That's how we do it. That's how we do it. Well, at least that's how I did it. No, also not. Wait a minute. Let's try another one. Not a task. No, what about this one? That's again a bloody implementation. Signals. It's also not an enum. I want something that prints an enum. It's not a task. Typical O-stream operators. These are definitely states. Yep. Small change, so this one might work. And it is an implementation. Maybe not, yeah. Everything is an implementation. There's a task. I must have a gazillion enum printers. Why now suddenly they are all tasks? Task, 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 task. Here's a test. There's also a task. Task states. These are task states. They begin with a class name. This one maybe. Oh, yeah, and now I remember. Now I remember. That's, of course, you call it like that. This toString. And then we have the AI reached. AI never reached at the end. Yeah, I couldn't remember that. Horrible. Okay. toString. I think in C++ 23 or 26, they finally added something like never reached or something like that. But yeah, I don't think my compiler knows it yet, or I'm using C++ 20. I don't think it exists yet. Let me see. No, that looks good now. How's event adjusting? No, it was a enum class. It's also an enum class. Yeah. You have to put that in front of it. And then the toString must of course be defined in the namespace where the mouse event is defined, but that is inside here. And I can add it if I want to, so that other people can use it as well, other compilation units. And then this one doesn't even need to be not inline anymore, because it's just an implementation of the toString then. So I might as well define it here, call it inline. Turn OS, write the thing. Just the name? Maybe I should put stuff around it. Okay, forget it. I'm doing it in this file anyway. I'm going to spy on this one again. So just it's just this, just toString. Well, here it is not. Well, no, it's not true. This is a struct. An event can just be printed in enum. I mean, can just be printed like that. So yeah, then I could have inlined it. But who cares? Debug code. It is, however, super annoying that now I have a message.cxx, which only exists when debug is defined. Otherwise, it is empty. Hell, I don't even need this, you know. Util macros. So, but maybe I should just add it if the debug is defined. I think I have support for that. CM. So yeah, target sources here. Option enable libcwd. So I just add it here, and then it only gets compiled when debug mode is on. Yeah, what's the problem? Arrow unnamed type name mouse event. Yeah, mouse event is defined in message.h. Probably have to include that here then. Of course you have to include that. So the message.cxx, those things always should include their own header. No type ostream in std. This is a header, so I'm going to use the forward thing. What is it called? iOS forward. Forward declaration of ostreams. Now it compiled. No, it didn't. Mouse grab by. Right, I renamed that one. Yeah, I had a mouse grabbed. And that is a boolean, but now I want to turn it into a mouse button, which I think was an unsigned int. Mouse grabbed by, and then of course you need a special value for when it is not grabbed. And then I don't want to call it unsigned anymore. So I don't have that many mouse buttons. Live with it. That I use signed mouse grab bys. So -1 means it's not grabbed at all. And then 0 means it's grabbed by mouse button 0, right? And then in the CXX file we have, if it is grabbed with the right button, then release it. So I also have to set it, of course. Motion notify, so this is now if it is unequal -1. Then it is grabbed. Otherwise we don't send that message to the main thread. Same thing here, I guess. Unequal -1. Mouse grabbed is true. No, it is must be equal to. Oh. Now suppose we grab mouses for multiple buttons, and I'm clicking like a madman on objects, using all my buttons, sometimes 2 buttons at the same time. And those messages are being sent to the main thread, like this button was pressed, that button was pressed, and the main thread then gets those messages and it says, oh, I'm getting a mouse number 3 is pressed and there's nothing under it. Oh, mouse button 2 is pressed, but there's a point under it. Let's grab that. It sends them back, grab mouse, and there's no way that we will ever know which button it was unless it sends that back. That's the feeling I have. So this is changed to unsigned int button. You have to tell it which button we think did grab it. But then that button, at the moment we get here, must still be pressed. Otherwise we'll never release it. We missed the release. Because I'm handling the release of the buttons in this thread without the have the main thread intervene with it. So now I have to keep track of if that already happened or not. And if it did, then I cannot set it. I can only set it when it is pressed. So now we get something like if mouse button pressed button, then we can do it. However, this is the main thread. The main thread is calling this function. And the one that keeps track of whether or not a button is pressed is the other thread. So this must be atomic or protected by mutex, which then means that this must be what is it called? Critical area. You cannot just check it and then release the mutex already and then set this boolean. It would be a race condition. So if the mouse button is pressed or not requires access to something that must be protected by a mutex now. Yeah, I guess I should put all of that in a new object, and then that object must be protected by a mutex. And who is going to call release mouse? That's being called by the I forgot the name. Can we still find that back quickly? Probably. Try to find that back. We can just scroll until we have. Oh yeah, X event loop. Yo, this is not the file you want. Oh, here it is. Called by X event loop thread. And this one is called by the main thread. No, it's not. This calls act grab pointer. It's totally not allowed to be called by the main thread. No, it's not true. No, it's called by the X event loop thread, but as a result of receiving a message, not because the mouse button was just pressed. So it could still be released, but then there's no race condition. I can just I'll keep the comment, but it is also called by the X loop thread. I have to keep track if that button is pressed or not. If so, then mouse grabbed by can be set to button. And yeah, I think it works anyway. If you just, I don't think it gives me a warning. Assigning an int to an unsigned, an unsigned to an int. If you compare it, it definitely happens, but not you can't just assign it. Let's keep a mask with bits set for the buttons that are pressed. So this is a release. I want to reset something, which means I have to end it with the inverse of the mask, which I can create like that. and 1 is an int, so my mouse button mask must be an int. That allows for 32 buttons. That should be enough. I'm going to add that to something close to the mouse grab by thing, which is here. So I have another int, mouse button mask, nothing is pressed. And yeah, that's the pressing it, or no it's not, just the releasing it. And this is the pressing it. I'm not grabbing mouses here. And then that means that we have to set that bit. And then this is just a bookkeeping. So now I have to check if that bit is set then at that previous point. Just not use a member function. I'm just gonna use the mouse button mask directly. But to find the spot back. Pressed. No, is pressed. Or maybe I'll find it this way. So mouse button pressed. There it is. There's no is pressed here. Button. Well, it is pressed if we can do an and the result is not equal to 0. Except of course that now we have to use the variable button here. And now I have an ABA condition, but I'm getting tired of making it totally secure. Theoretically, I would say, well, we click the mouse, then it's pressed. Then we send a message to the main thread. The main thread sees that there's something under it, so it wants to grab the mouse. So it sends a message to the X server that it wants to grab the mouse. The X server receives it. The X server sends it back, comes back to the X event loop thread. The X event loop thread then calls this grab mouse and then says, was the mouse still pressed? Because if I set this and it was already released, then it will never release this anymore unless it's clicked again, but that would be annoying. So we test that. However, it is therefore possible that we click the mouse, release it, and then click it again. So yeah, if you want to do it really correct, therefore, you do not just use the button number, but also a generation number. So keep track of if the grab is for the press of the button that was last pressed. For example, event number 333 is a press, and 334 is release, and 335 is a press, and then it is pressed. And now we receive the grab mouse for 333, then we should not grab the mouse, even though it is pressed, because it belongs to an event that was already released, if you get what I mean. And I could even do that. I mean, I'm thinking of it anyway, so why not do that? Those are the tiny little differences between programs that just work and nobody reports bugs for, and everyone thinks that it was simple to write because there's no bugs. And programs that use mostly, but sometimes something goes wrong. You know, you're clicking and, hey, what's happening now? And that's things like this. And then as the user, they don't even report it. They just learn to work around it. Yeah, just don't click too fast. Or if this happens, click there, and then it will recover. But it was still bad programming. Anyway, let's not code that right now because my head is already full with what I am in the middle of. I could add that later, I think, rather easily even. But I'm really starting to lose my overview here. Grab mouse, unsigned button. It's an in button. Okay, I have no idea. I'm just blank mind. We start over with the compile errors. Thank God we have compile errors, so we can do something without having no idea. Use of undeclared identifier mouse grabbed. Yeah, that would be a mouse grab by. I made it an unequal 1, but that should have been a by. Do we have other stuff that I forgot? Yep, there's another one. Completely forgotten. Release mouse. Okay, so that is a by, and then it must be set to -1. But is that correct? Oh, this is already wrong. I grabbed the bloody mouse. No way, I cannot set it. I think I should ignore it completely. It's more like this. Don't grab the mouse. If you grab the mouse, set mouse grab by. If the mouse is ungrabbed, then hopefully, if everything worked, that will match in a grab pointer, and therefore afterwards we don't have a grab mouse, so we should be able to do that. It's just not grabbed. I just ungrabbed it. Yeah, there was the same problem. Bye. Now, so it compiles, but what is the hell will it do? Well, it does not crash yet. So if I click now once, we get entering semaphore post, tokens to 1, wake up 1 thread, button 1 was pressed at that point, received a message, mouse event button press. Oh, that's pretty awesome. The X event loop thread sends a message to the main thread and the main thread receives it. But yeah, and the next thing I want to test is to then send a message back to the X event loop with a request to grab the mouse button, which did not happen yet. So if I now drag the mouse, then absolutely nothing happens. Okay, I'm releasing the mouse again, which then does another post. Button 1 was released, and it says receive message button released, and the coordinates. So the main thread is receiving my messages, but apparently not requesting grabs, or something is going wrong though. What am I doing? It's we get here, and then we get for the press I get here, and then I should send a custom event. Wow, shit. The moment we press it, should send a custom event. I don't think I'm even using this anywhere else yet. So let's assume that works. Send custom event, creates this structure, sends it to the X server. And then we should custom mouse event. The type is custom mouse event. Yep. So that we here client message. Oops, no, it should have printed it. Shit. No, it's not true. I'm checking data L. I should check the type. Just X client message type then, right? Message type. Thing that I said here. Is it? No. Well, yeah, because I'm using the atom to set the type. Now we get it. Not only that, now I can print the actual value, which is then no. Well, I don't know. I can print it, but let's just go straight for if that thing equals what I had in my mouse bar, but no longer. Control T. Yes. Control T did work. And then we are here again. And then I make it an FORI. So if it is a grab mouse, then we should call grab mouse. But I completely forgot what the real name is. Grab mouse. With the button. With the button? Yes, with the button. So I need a button number then. Oh, wait a minute. That's not where I wanted to be. Wanted to be here. So I receive this now. Grab mouse. Do I know the button number? No, I don't. Well, that means that I just have to add it, I guess. Put the button number in number 1. Is that possible? Yeah. I'm having a data here. We have more data. Signed int button. Button. The button is now also sent. Wait, how do I know that this L1 is even used? Oh, it's just a fixed array. So it sends that data anyway. It's just a matter of initializing here. Okay, so we have the button now in the second thing, and we're going to use that here. But do we? Because we still have to pass that here then. Send custom event. That's a new thingy. And then we have to pass the button, of course, when we call that. Never call it. What is that? Call send custom. I just grabbed send custom event. Did I not? OGS is not looking at this file. Okay, well, button. Custom event grab mouse for that button. Perfect. It does not compile. Why not? Void. I don't know why that went away. Yeah. No. Okay. Scroll back so far that I was still awake enough not to make that kind of errors. There it is. Deep. Bleep. Click the mouse button. Mouse button. Press. And then the X event loop says received custom mouse event. Entering window grab mouse. So if now I move my mouse, bloop, yep, you get all the thingies. And even the main event says mouse event drag is being called. As a result of receiving a message, I guess. Received message mouse event drag. Okay, it doesn't do anything with it, but received release. Message mouse event release, okay. But the button was released, is printed. But yeah, well, you're not, the mouse is ungrabbed because I move it and nothing happens. So and now let's try another button. This button number 3, and it's also grabbed. And now let's try to fuck it up by pressing a lot of different buttons at the same time. Now it's only one button left. It's still dragging it. And I release it and everything is released. So I couldn't completely screw it up immediately. Okay, now suppose I want to grab this thing. Bleep. Entering window grab mouse. Before wait, what happened? Then one was press mouse or receive message mouse button press. I just sent a grab, but this is the point where we have to check if there is something under it. Now suppose there is nothing under it. Well, then we would not send that message. What happens then? So I would click, drag, nothing happens. Release. Yeah. Same thing, you can press lots of buttons, nothing is grabbed. And yeah, cool. I think it works. So now we're on the main thread. We receive a button press message. And we have to decide to if we want to grab the mouse for that or not. which then of course means that the main thread has to pick up the item or assume it picked up, let's put it that way. It doesn't really care about, well, no, actually it does, because afterwards we get drag events, which are just coordinates. So if we send back a grab mouse for a certain button, then any mouse events that we receive later must update whatever we grabbed, which is going to be a point. So we have to find the point below, or whatever object, but I'm going to go for a point, I think. I want to grab the point below the mouse. I have to find it. How do I do that? Well, the only way to do that is to have a complete list of all points. But yeah, how long have I been at it? Long, I think. I'm gonna stop. Go to bed. And then I'll continue tomorrow evening. I'm not sure. I think I completely removed the list from the plot. Everything is now remembered in local stuff. Not to mention that the curve points are just a lot of points. No, I don't. Would be plot points, of course. So the best thing is. Thank you. Good night. Yeah, I have to go. Yeah, I think the best thing is to ask the plot for whatever is, is there something here? And it can know that because it has to know that. Of course, it has to know that. It does store all the rectangles. I think I can get a draw point object back. But it's my plot. I have a list of all the text. I don't have a list of all the points anymore. Surely this thing has a list of all the layers. So magically, no, I passed the layers. I passed layers, yeah. So I would have to. I think I have to ask the layer if there's something below it. So you click and then we search in a specific layer. Let's see what the layer stores. So yeah, we have a vector with the regions, layer regions. So that's the only thing I would be able to search in. But okay, every layer region then has stroke events. And then I could say run over all the, for giving a layer, I can run over all layer regions. And then find the layer regions that has stroke events. So I did draw in the rectangle that I'm clicking in. but then we have to call a virtual function in order to find out if it is a point. So I could maybe add a virtual function that returns a boolean that says like, is this draggable or something. And yeah, that would be possible. And then, for example, this is an arc, a connector, a line, a shape, text, and they would all return false, and there's no point. What? My point does not have a do draw. Well, that's impossible. Now I'm gonna go straight to point. What did I add here then? Oh, that, okay. Point, no, it's plot. No, that's nonsense. No, it's draw. Draw point on it? Of course it exists. It's derived from shape, and shape has a do draw, obviously. So I should have ended up here. This draw. Guess I just skipped over it. Hey Shaiful, I'm about to go to bed, man. Shaiful, I mean. So could override virtual function here that returns yes, this one is draggable. And then I would have this shape, or even point is derived from shape, so I could add it here. Okay. And then I do know the XY, but I don't know the underlying point. There is no reference here to the original point. It's just a draw point, which has a duplicate. I'm thinking theoretically I could replace the X and Y in the shape by a reference to the original object, which then must be derived from a point. But all the shapes are having an X and Y coordinate, or that is possible. And then the question is only if the point is if that thing is destructed, then this is destructed. So then I'm destructing it the moment that whatever it points to is already destructed. Which means that during destruction I don't have the XY coordinate, but this is not a problem because I don't do anything with it. At least not here. I don't think shape is doing either or anything. Nobody cares where it was when it is destroyed. Yes, of course it does. It has to erase it, but I think the layer region is doing that. Now, why do I have a rectangle geometry here? That should be in the layer region already. Do draw. Man. So yeah, layer region has stroke events. And this one too. Oh, it's a rectangle. That's really weird, yeah. No, actually not. It's not weird. I think this is the user-defined rectangle, and then the layer region stores the stroke events, which can be a little bit larger. If you have, say, you draw till the edge of the rectangle, well, you could even be smaller. if you have specify a rectangle that is big, but you don't draw in it. They don't have to be the same, but especially if you fill the whole rectangle with something that has a line width or an alias, then what is the word called? Can't remember. But then the draw extent can go outside of the rectangle. It's a little bit larger. Well, anti-aliasing, that was the word we're looking for. So if due to anti-aliasing, the thing that you draw is blurring outside of the rectangle, and you click on that, do we want to register it and drag it or not? Or do you have to click inside the hard rectangle? Tough questions. I'm going to go to bed. Good night.